feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds, the same old view. Wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost. Shares a story kind and true. Words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign off. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds, the same old view. Wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing
And thank you very much, Secretary. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone wherever you are in the world. We are live here in the Rocket Wolf Studios, finally, in far north Queensland, Australia. And it is a MOPAR Monday in the UK, Europe, and Africa. Still a Super Sunday in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. Good morning, Mr. Hunter. We finally got the wheels greased and got the Monday started. And let's take a look at the weather real quick. We've got a bit of weather on the way today. It is 79 with a feels like temperature of 83. And just off the coast, we got some weather coming at us. So it's going to be a little bit rainy today, but we'll get through it. Still a bit of the weekend left. Yeah, gotta hate Sunday nights, man. Trying to get in the mood for a Monday morning start. Oh man, it was so hard to get today started. And yeah, so Peanut's now being homeschooled, and I have yet to figure out what kind of schedule I'm going to be doing, because that's going to impact my streaming. So I have to figure out how I'm going to do some sort of magic to be able to do both at the same time. And it's not going to be easy. Snow on Friday and back to the 70s. Wow. Wow. Gotta love those polar blasts, huh? Yeah, and that's what I'm stuck with. So I have decided to postpone it for one more day, and I'll have to work on a plan tonight. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to come up with some sort of magic to get both of them done. I don't know how I'm going to pull it off. Don't know how I'm going to pull it off. I might have to stream at night here, which is daytime in the West, in the US. I don't want to do that because I don't want to stream during the US workday. I'd rather stream in the evening of the US, which is the morning and afternoon here. So that was working out really great. Now that's completely disrupted. So yeah, I'll get something figured out. I don't know how, but I'll make it happen. Mass Bandit, good morning. How are you? Good evening, rather. How are you? Let's get a big shout out to Bandit. And let's get on over to our game scene. You're so very welcome. I see I have a Windows update waiting for us. Wow, Microsoft has been screwing up their OS so bad. So bad. The update's coming through. Yeah. I feel sorry for regular Windows users. Yeah, Secretera. I mean, it's an endless annoyance from Microsoft. And this is a direct result of how they are taking control of your OS out of your hands and keeping it in their control. How sad is that we're in a day and age where you can't do what you want with your computer because Microsoft is going to change what you did? It's absolutely phenomenally ridiculous. It's unbelievable. That and we're going to throw AI on top of that. AI is getting more and more into our daily lives, and we don't even realize it or know it. But it's everywhere. It's Skynet. Of course, our machines haven't gone to war with us yet, but they will. Or we're going to go to war with our machines. But more than likely, we're going to go to war with software companies because AI is such a bad thing. Such a bad thing.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity.
Uh-oh.
Prepare for a wave.
Oh my god, how can I prepare for a wave? Unstuck me.
Death.
Okay, I'm safe. I'm safe. What? Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. I have nothing in my backpack. I don't even know where I was. This is a problem with the game, where a player is on top of a platform somewhere or in a habitat, and when the game loads, the scenery doesn't render in time, and you drop down below habitats and platforms on the ground, and you're stuck.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity.
There we go.
Prepare for a wave.
Let's start our timer. That was pretty bad because I was stuck down on the terrain under here. How crazy was that?
Not bad.
All right, so I discovered over the weekend the timing of the ruptures is now 54 minutes, not 50 minutes. Let's turn this off just for now because I'm not using it, because we're just in the part where we're going to start rebuilding some base a little bit. Yeah, I had that happen once, Hunter. Over here on this one, I had that wall set up. They spawned right on the edge of the cliff outside the wall. So all I did is I put about 5 or 6 platforms right on that spot. so that they couldn't spawn in that spot. So no need to move the cage or anything, just fill up those.
Raptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
This is gonna be loud.
Warning. The planet is being incinerated.
Sheesh. It's just a matter of taking up those spawn points with some sort of structure so they can't spawn on it. Shoot, hang on a second, let me handle something with Peanut while we're cooling down. Be right back.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Okay, sorry, that should be the last of our interruptions. All right, so I was thinking about this over the weekend, and there is two ways I could approach this. And that is, hey, Mr. Tug, how are you doing, mate? So the map has showed us a few little extra things, but there's a few more resources available. Plus, we haven't gone into the locked zones, or what used to be locked zones, because of radiation. So there are a lot of resource veins available to us in a lot of places. And some of them are kind of ideal with a certain number of, whether it be titanium, helium, wolfram, calcium. And it didn't seem like a good idea to set up a base at every one of these locations and eating up power requirements with machines and whatnot, when recipes vary dependent on how much of each of these resources are required. So then I thought about, okay, you know what? Set up miners on all of the resources, and that way the only requirement is going to be the miners converting the raw resource into a block or ingot or something like that. That is a required recipe item for all the other recipes. And then, yay, Mr. GFA! Thank you very much for the resub, mate. I think that's just showing up now, but I think you did that over the weekend, didn't you? Yeah, that happened from the weekend. But anyway, so it made more sense in my mind to set up excavators on all the resources and get them Thank you for sharing that, GFA. And there we go. G-Man in the house. Right, so we could situate, I mean, like, we got titanium, we got calcium. We could find places to start a new base in all the different areas of the map. That didn't seem reasonable. What seemed more reasonable is to set up excavators on all the resources, press them into their first level of product, you know, except for helium. But calcium into blocks, wolfram into ingots, titanium into ingots, and sulfur's like helium, they don't go. And then just ship them to a main base. A main base where the cores can be set up to be bordering each other in a way that's not covering a resource. So I'd have to kind of identify some place that's going to be a good place for a base, which generally speaking, this is it right here. In between calcium, wolfram. It's kind of tight right here, but this is basically what the main base is all about. Unless there's another area that would be good for a main base that's fairly flat or fairly wide open, but definitely not between two monoliths like this. Like this would be a bad place for a base. No worries, G-Man. Thanks for lurking. All the redeems. Second in stream. Thank you very much for that. Got you in there, mate. But, cave and monolith. This looks like it's kind of steep, but basically what made more sense is to have a main base and ship all the level 1 resources already processed to it, and then make the factories from that, rather than setting up individual bases all over the map and then having to remember, well, what am I making over at that base? What am I making over at that base? Hunter, I think you're doing that kind of routine, aren't you? Where you've got individual bases making all the things at that base? How's that working out? See, this one's got wolfram, calcium, titanium, helium. So how are you working that? So you're making individual bases where you're making all the recipes at every base, so they're basically identical? Here's a big helium deposit. Seven excavators can sit on that one. Lots of wolfram. I don't know if this is titanium or not. Nope, that's infection zone. So you have a base for each stabilizer is a recipe item for other things, right? Takes a lot to get up. Right, so you have a base for stabilizers, a base for inductors. And I mean, there's like over 60 items that we can manufacture. So you're going to have 60 bases? Is that how it's panning out? No. So you kind of looked through what you wanted to make a base for. So you decided stabilizers, you wanted to make a whole base for it. Main base of higher tier machines. Oh, so it's not based on the recipe item, it's based on the tier of the machine. So not counting excavators, your base consists of smelters, fabricators, those lower tier machines, and then your main base has like compounders and mega presses and stuff like that.
The Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia
Wonder
is
how
returning to
flat this
normal.
area is. Sulfuric acid, right, from the sulfur fields. So you build a base near a sulfur field and... Right. Right. Exactly. Don't want to have a high volume of stuff in the air that's only used at 10 a minute. Oops. Right. Takes lots of chemicals. So you made a base at a sulfur mine, basically. And then you just send the chemicals to where they're needed at the main base. Lift your feet. That's all right. This cannot be an autosave. That was an autosave. Wow. Yeah, and so I was thinking about that. Like having a base set up, but the power requirements...
Arcadia 7 has finished
for
regenerating.
tier 3 and 4, like the Mega Press, they're pretty chunky. Well, they're not that chunky. Those are 30. It's those compounders. Let's go to the helium base. Before Mega Press? The lower tier machines don't have as much of a power requirement. Oh no, it's all blue. Let me show you real quick what I saw the other day. So this spot right here, hold on. This is not an autosave, that was a chunk load. So this spot right here was kind of greenish looking like this right here, so this could still be a spawn spot. But they would spawned right out here on the edge of the rock, so I just filled those up with a few supports, and that kept them spawning inside here. Oh, we look like we're ready for we look like we're ready for a fight this go round. Forgot to count how many ruptures we were on. That definitely looks like we're going to be being attacked this go round. You have a level 4 base core, righto, and those are handling, yeah. The compounders, the mega press. Let's see what those compounders have. Yeah, these are 60. These are 60. That's 40. Oops. Oh, you know what? I haven't even looked at, yeah, I haven't even looked at the power requirements for the Pyro Forge and all that. All parts before Mega Press are better to be made on the satellite bases and then ship them all in. But it needs lots of space and lots of cooling, right? Yeah. Oh my god, climb! There's one thing I hate about this game. Player doesn't know how to climb. I mean, the avatar doesn't know how to climb. Oops.
Reloading.
Yeah, because of their speed. You see how slow it takes them to acquire? Their servos are incredibly slow. Once the target is detected, it should snap to the target. It shouldn't be like this where it goes, Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum, target. Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum, target. Because the targets move faster than the turrets do. By an incredible amount. The spiders are like 3 times faster. So this is what I call surveillance mode, which should have a specific servo speed because it's just kind of surveilling. But as soon as it becomes active after detecting a target, servo power should be tripled, and they should be able to snap to a target that they're locked onto. That's the whole point of servos. But even so, like you said, having 6 turrets and they still can't lock on. I mean, they still can't move fast enough to kill them. What's the whole point? I mean, come on, I've seen people that have walls full of turrets that still cannot kill all the critters. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I have this little Venturi effect, you know. So they can spawn all around the monolith, but they can't they can't calculate a course except through this one spot here. Because they'll all calculate whether a path is blocked or not, and then they'll path their way through one spot. That's the kill zone. Did they do that at the last patch? So in essence, I saw a lot of people complaining about this. I saw a lot of people saying, my base cannot be defended unless I'm there to help my machines, my turrets. And that was coming from people with like 30, 40, 50 turrets set up, you know. So I don't know what the developers are aiming at. I mean, I can't understand what their goal is. But it sounds like the dev's goal is to never be able to fully leave your base unattended. And I don't want to do that every 2 ruptures. 54 minutes apart. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So we'll kind of wait to see where the devs go with that. Yeah, so that begs the question, is that what the devs at Creepy Jar are building this game for? Strictly tower defense? No worries, Bandit. Hope you get a good rest. Thank you very much for the lurk. Doesn't it seem that's like where this is going, Hunter? I mean, this is almost a full on tower defense game now. Ah.
Warning. Monolith activity detected.
Changing map.
Warning. Increased activity of nearby monolith.
What? What was that? Warning what?
Warning. Monolith activity detected.
More activity. Oh my god, hordes of them.
Changing map.
Oop.
No burning signatures detected.
All done? Hey, zombie, how's it going? Yeah, exactly, Hunter. That's exactly what this has turned into. And look, no loot. Oh, a little bit of loot in there. A little bit, not much. Not much loot. Let's see if we got any shots. Oh, got any shots off from... Nothing off of this one at all. Not in range. Really? Ah. Seriously? Oh my god. All right, did I get both of those? 900. 900. Yeah. Not a lot of loot, that's for sure. Yep, that works good enough. Perfect. Yeah, rupture clears the bugs for you. Gotta love that, right? Okay, so I guess what we'll do... What's really amazing is they're able to jump from down there up to here. That's quite a heck of a jump right there. But anyway, as you see, they were able to come and attack. I think they're just... I think they just are too powerful to jump. I mean... They're given a lot of power. They can jump really damn high. It's almost like it's unlimited. Doesn't matter what the height is. There's no obstacle for them to path except for the walls. They cannot path over the support columns that you build. They can jump all the way up a mountainside, no issue. All right, anyway, that's done and taken care of. These are just smelters. Making wolfram ingots. Which are just those 3 excavators. Oh, excellent. Excellent. How's she running? Awesome. How did that impact the game? You're playing this game on your... on it, right? Right. More responsiveness. Awesome. I just switched my laptop from using discrete GPU only to hybrid. And I actually can't tell the difference. I mean, I can't tell... the laptop's actually running cooler, but I don't play a lot of games on it. But as far as streaming and that kind of stuff, the laptop seems a lot cooler running it in hybrid. Oh, micro stuttering, right. All right, the reason I brought Wolfram up here was because the powder was needed for see, that was not an autosave. The powder is used for making ammo. Yeah, autosave's a complete freeze, but what that freeze that I just had was not an autosave. So I get a freeze from autosave, and I get a freeze from something else, I'm not sure. I doubt it's a chunk load. but I have a feeling it's got some, it could be chunk load just because of where I'm looking. Or getting render update information from looking off into the distance. And see, I'm holding apart, because that could be complicating an issue. I'm holding apart instead of using the F menu. Or the F feature. In the top right corner? Okay. I don't think I've ever noticed any info showing up in the top right corner. But I'm kind of blind to that kind of stuff. Teleporting? Okay. Streaming level. I got about 2 seconds worth saying streaming level. Just says streaming level. It doesn't give a number or anything like that useful. Ah. Yeah, because it's still rendering. So that's all about rendering. So this is basically, this is ammo. And we've got dispatchers set up for ammo, which are all full. That's just to get ready. Wow, really? Could that maybe be proton interfering? CPU GPU usage goes to 0. What does dmessage say? Did you look in dmessage? I'll bet you dmessage has some information. I tell everybody in my Linux users group on MeWe, they know what a huge tool dmessage is. Wow, 5 to 30 seconds. These are all making titanium. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 smelters making titanium. And they are all going out to here. Oh, we got to fix these stupid things. Right. Wow. And I definitely got to see where they go to before I dismantle it.
Dehydrated.
Yeah, dehydrated, and we're in an ad break. Yay. Alright.
Nice.
Alright, let's do our ad break from within a habitat, since we're about 5 minutes away from a rupture. Alright, and we'll be right back, guys. Hang in there. Back in 120 seconds. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around, supporting the stream. So I feel like I feel like 10 is too much. Okay, the outside one comes from the end. The middle one comes from this pole. And this outside one comes from there.
Ruptura activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Okay, we will in just a second. Wow, I was only 4 seconds off. Oh, shoot. Damn, I'm gonna have to come and figure that out afterwards. Base is clear. Wasn't too hard to find? You lost your base? Oh. Clear bugs. Chased by a bunch of angry bugs. Yeah, no doubt.
Data collected. Let's send this.
All blue, right. So we've got titanium, helium, wolfram, and sulfur all right here, which is a good base of production. That's why I put it here. And then, so titanium, helium, wolfram, calcium, and sulfur. And then we have titanium, helium, sulfur, wolfram,
Ruptura's eruption
and
has
also
started.
calcium.
Prepare for impact. Star rupture has started. Hide. Warning. Extreme temperature detected.
Okay, that is rupture number 2. And of course, that'll mean that our monolith should be gaining energy. Oh, yeah, we had some, yay. Not that I really needed that. Irrigator reduces natural hydration loss. Okay, we got all level 10s and above. And one level 11.
planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Yeah, it's foggy right now, but it's charging up. These guys are doing the calcium. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And the reason we've got 4 is because these are 1 a minute. I mean, 1 a second. So that's 240 a minute, which is the maximum for these rails, which is more than enough for 1 a second on the calcium powder. So that's 2 a second calcium powder. These can actually be 1 to 1, so I could literally have 4 furnaces connected to 4 smelters. So we're producing 120-minute calcium powder. For 300 a minute. Cargo dispatchers are 300 a minute. Which is weird because that's 480 a minute on a tier 3 belt and only 240 a minute on a tier 2. Oops. Now, if it needs to, it can't. Of course, there's no connection either. Calcium powder is ready to go somewhere, but we haven't told it where. Every 20 seconds, 100 can go. That's 300 a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Helium. It's nice to name them correctly. See, now it's working. Well, yeah, the thing is, I named the base cores. See, now this is what I don't understand. These deliver a stack of 100 every 10 seconds. Oh, the sender and receive. Yeah, the dispatchers. Dispatchers or receivers. This receiver will process 10 a second, but the dispatchers, I mean, 100 every 10 seconds, but the dispatchers process 100 every 200 seconds or 20 seconds. So it takes 20 seconds to recharge before it can dispatch another 100. So why is it 10 seconds to process 100 from a dispatcher? Which means it can receive twice as many in 20 seconds from one dispatcher. I don't get that. I don't get that. I don't get it. Takes 20 seconds to charge up and process, but this only takes 10 seconds to receive it. I'm not sure. I'm just... Okay, one needs to come up here, I believe. One needs to go down here. And one needs to go here, I think. Okay. So this must be needing ingots. Nope, they need rods. Oh, this actually needs titanium ore. So that's titanium ore coming over and rods coming over. Yep, that's all three of those as ore coming up. Going in here to make ingots. Ingots do not need to be connected there. Ingots do not need to come this way. Ingots do have to come here to make plates. Yep. Ingots don't need to go down there. Ingots don't need to go there.
Ruptura status stable.
Was that literally just a dead end? Rods are needed down here, but not ingots. One, two, three, 4 ingots. 5 ingots. These are making beams. 6 ingots. These are rods. Okay, rods are coming back over along the lines. Yep, they need ingots. So rods do go down that way. That's fine. Ingots go this way, rods go that way. Which means those can literally go that way. This needs to be worked backwards. So basically the way these work, this needs ingots to produce rods. So basically all you have is a line in front of them. The middle one, you can split off left or you can split off right. The middle one just continues or passes through. Like that. So the 1 to 3s are just for splitting off left or splitting off right. That's it. That's the basics right there. You can run that down through a row, 2 rows, right down the middle, and split left and split right. So far, that's their basic purpose. Well, the X-post, this is an X-post. It's just that the post that points out in this direction is bent in. The post that points out this direction is bent forward. So it's still an X-post, so that's just a matter of personal preference. There's no extra functionality. There's no difference in functionality between an X-post and a Trident. If you're in tight quarters, yeah, I can see that making a difference. All right, these are all making ingots. And these all need ingots. All the way down to the very end. So we are making, 2 are making plates, 3 are making beams, 2 are making rods. Thank you, autosave. For 3 separate, oh, didn't leave enough space? You were leaving 3 spaces between rows of machines for 3 separate lines? Yeah, that can be tight. All right, these rods. Yep, these are rods. At 3 spaces for 3 separate lines, as 3 separate different heights, so they can all connect. Yeah. I'm pointing at it. Come on. Jeez. I guess that works. Yeah, so you just want to kind of avoid the traffic jam thing. So one machine is 60 a minute, which a tier 2 belt can handle. A 2-tier is 240 a minute. So that's 120. That's 180 coming out to the single line. That's 180. That's 240. So this line can handle 240 up to here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. That's another 240. Which means at this point we need a 480. So 480 up to here. Oh, that's tight. Okay. That's cleaner. These are rods. So these rods are going to join this line. And they're going to go out that direction. Rods do not need to go this direction. No rods there. So no rods up on that post. Rods only on that post. Yep, rods coming this way, down that way. Ingots going that way. And what was going this way? Anything? Looks like those needed something. Nope. Nope. So nothing actually needed to come down here. That's a nope. Oops, oops. So nothing down here needed plates, ingots, or rods at all. All of these are coming back this way. So I'm not even sure why I had this one. One, two, and three. Yep, absolutely nothing needed plates, rods, or ingots in that direction. These require plates and beams. Plates and beams to make frames. There's plates. There's beams. Beams going. Plates going. Okay. Rods coming back around to join this line. Can't that join any better? Yes, it can. Wow, what a waste there. They can literally do that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I had that mess to begin with, but there you go. And it didn't even have to be down that low. It can just be right there. Easy peasy. Done. Cleaned up and done. There we go. We minimize the amount of resources to do the same amount of routing. Now, we've got a dispatcher for plates or sheets and nothing for titanium housing. Sheets and housing. This is where we need to take a look at what recipes use the rods, because so far we've only got rods being sent down to ammo. Yeah. Are they also going over to the other ammo? Nope. Rods for one ammo and powder for the other ammo. Both of which take building material. So the only thing that uses rods is here, so that's why plates are getting, or sheets are getting shipped out somewhere. And frames are just sitting here. As well, rods are just sitting here, not getting sent anywhere. All right, recipes. Where is our wiki? All right, so sheets and beams make the housing. Housing is used in stators, intermediate building material. This is what I'm looking at.
Dehydrated.
So, recipe for titanium housing is made in the furnace from sheets and beams. They're used in 5 recipes. The tier 1 fabricator stators and the tier 2 fabricator stators. Used in the mega press for the intermediate building. Used in the valves. And used for reinforced housing. All right, the rods. Where are rods? Rods are made in a smelter? No. The rods are made in a fabricator? Oh, that's a facturer. What's a facturer? New machine. There's rods. All right, made in a fabricator and used in rotors, tubes, stabilizers, heavy ammo, impellers, and valves. Seven recipes, so we need a lot of them. Yeah, indeed. Because he's always thirsty.
Nice.
See, this is what I don't get. If he's not moving, he's still consuming calories and water. The same rate as standing still, and that should not be a thing.
I need to survive.
You'll survive.
Acquired.
Just thought I'd try. Growing on top of the wreckage. Wow. Not a lot of vegetation growing in this area.
I need to survive. Acquired.
Boy, he's a chatty Charlie, isn't he? They all are, yeah. You have to absolutely use ad search to all the item selection. It takes forever to find correct item in storage for... Yeah.
I need to survive.
Yeah, no doubt.
Acquired.
Wow. Yeah, anyway, yeah, we're all good. Elementary building material. What? Are these required in something? Electromagnet, electronics, epoxy, explosives. Oh, those are recycled. Why aren't they on the, where's recycler? Ah! Recycler's not even in the list yet. Alright, let's try something. That's the planner. Really? Wow, what happened there? Somebody's website got hijacked. Wow, that's a shame. That's a shame. Star Rupture Planner got hijacked. Oh, Lord. Wow. Too bad, so sad. That was, let's get rid of all this crap that was added on the end and see what happens. No. It's hijacked. It's a shame. Yeah, one is starrupture-planner.com. The other one is starruptureplanner.com. Oops.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity.
Yeah, just in
Prepare for a
time.
wave.
Good thing we're in a habitat. That timer is exactly 54 minutes, so we just started ads. We just got the warning, and it's a 54-minute timer now. So we'll be right back after the ads. Hang in there. Oops. So, Hunter, as you can see on my screen, the starruptureplanner.com was a place we could go to that was a great star rupture planner. It's hijacked. It's hijacked. I don't know who the people are that run it, but there's no way to let them know from my end. Yep. Anyway, I'll be back in just a second while I go freshen up, and I'll return shortly. Hang in there.
Ruptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately. Warning. The planet is being incinerated. planetary temperature returning to normal.
Okie dokie. Right, so. Why is nobody updating planners or wikis? Where's the wiki? I know it's in here. Oh no, did it get removed? Yeah, I checked it the other day. It's gone off of wiki.gg. Oh no. All right, let's check fandom. It's where? Oh, I should have known to do that. Dang it. Why isn't it coming up in a search? Pyro. Pyroforge is not there. The compactor, composter, not composter, what is that component? Yeah, nobody's doing this one. Dang it. Get out of there. I don't play Subsistence much anymore anyway. All right, Chrome, what is your issue, mate? Move it to star rupture. Wow. Ooh, Chrome sucks. Anyway. Yeah. But it's still missing all the new stuff. Well, no, maybe it's not. There's the airlock and the anti-radiation covers and the aerogel and the constructionizer. All right, maybe it's up to date, but I still don't see electromagnetic coil, electronics, epoxy, explosive charge. What was that E? What we were looking for? Something that started with an E. All right, maybe we'll go with this one. So something after the rods, was it? It was something after the rods. Maybe not. My brain cell is tricking me. Okay, so anyway, it's 7 recipes it's used in. So the big thing is going to be making sure this is our main base. Uh-oh. Sneeze attack coming on. They always come in threes. There's stators. Beams, plates, sheets, rods. Okay, rods are going into tubes. Obviously, one of the recipes. One machine making tubes, really? Nope, 2 machines. 1, 2. 1, 2 making frames. Okay, so we've already got this set up. The rate is 1 every, or 30 a minute. 60 a minute for tubes. 30 a minute for frames. Yeah, okay. Thank you, autosave. Beams can be made at 60 a minute. And stators are made at 60 a minute. And rotors are getting sent off. And stators are getting sent off. Stators and rotors. Now we've got all of these stabilizers, which takes rods and rotors. Oops.
The Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
Okie dokie. Thank you, voice. Why are those machines gone? Why is the rum always gone? We've got 6 storages made full of stabilizers. And we stopped making them here for some reason. They're not being made up there. All right, what are stabilizers being used in? Five different recipes now. Making a scanner, an onboard instruments, an impeller, and actually it's 4. Nozzle, impeller, scanner, and onboard instruments. So needed in the mega press and the assembler. And whatever this constructionizer version 2 is to make scanners.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
All right, they've got an output to the bus, which they don't need because unless they're being used in one of the 2 mega presses up here. I highly doubt that. That's right there, right off the bat. There's our nozzles. There's our turbines, but they're not using... That one's not using. That one's not using. Nope. This one, impellers. All right. This was just to meet contract needs. Contractual needs. That was all it was used for. And that's why we certainly don't need 6 of them. So, nozzles and impellers completed. Oops. Nozzles and impellers. So other than the nozzles and impellers, now we're only worried about scanners and onboard instruments. So let's take a look at where's those launching? condenser, nano syringe. There's our scanners. All right, scanners or epoxy. Wow, 500K. Or 180K epoxy. Scanner only needs lens generator and stabilizers. Epoxy needs... Is that epoxy? Yeah, epoxy needs... That's what the E was, epoxy. There it is. Alright, epoxy needs liquid helium, geothite powder, which we're not even making yet. I don't even know how to get geothite powder yet. Yeah, so I guess we'll be using the scanner. Where does a laser drill? I bet we don't even have a laser drill. Don't have that. Don't have that. Don't have that. Don't have that. We don't have aerogel. We don't have plastic. Electromagnets. Propellers, valves, glass frames, powders, wire, tubes, lenses. Is that lens? Ceramics. These guys are not getting, what's going on with electronics? Why are we missing synthetic silicon? Because it's out. Why are we out of the synthetic rum? Or rather, synthetic silicon. I should have named that better. Well, it's not getting delivered fast enough, that's for dang sure. Where's it getting delivered from? There's glass. Heat resist, whatever that is. Hold on. Synthetic. Made in a furnace with lenses, helium, and calcium powder. Well, that's got to be over at the helium base. I doubt seriously we're doing it over here. There's the ceramics. Calcium sheets. It's not coming from over here at all. Where could it be made at? Not at the helium base? Takes helium-3, wolfram powder. Oh, hang on. It takes ceramics, helium-3, and calcium powder. Well, I didn't label it properly. But it's not from the smelters. It's made in a furnace. That's frames. That's titanium sheets. This is all just ammo. Heavy ammo. Regular ammo. I thought it might be this one back here. That's making lenses. That's receiving glass, and it's and it's, yeah, it's piped in. Glass and hardening agent, but it's not getting synthetic resin. That synthetic resin is coming up here from down here. That's the hardening agent. This one's getting synthetic silicone. Hold on. It's coming from the synthetic silicone dispatcher. All right, hang on. If it's not being made here and it's not being made at the home base... What's going on? Where's it being made at? Yeah, helium-3. That's 780 meters. That's 705 meters. Of course, they don't show up on the... Freaking hell. What's the whole point of naming them if you can't see the name on the map? Or the device? Hold on. Yeah, it's not even... Nope. So a naming convention is extremely important. So even the core that the dispatcher might be associated with, they all just say base core, even though I've renamed our home base. Still says base core. Yeah. Where am I sending helium to? Helium-3 and rockets helium. Wherever that is going to, that's where the silicon is being made at. See, I already named this core home base. So why doesn't it say home base use? Why doesn't it show up as home base when I hover over it? What is the frickin' point of naming the core home base if it doesn't show up anywhere? That's not helium. That's not helium. Well, there's helium. And this is helium-3. That's glass. That's glass. And that's glass. So, rockets helium, wherever that's at, is where silicon's being made. Which is not over here. Could it be at zombies or diesels? I wonder if they were. I wonder if oh, I wonder if Zombie was doing it. And then named it Rockets Helium for some reason. That's not it. That's calcium. Yep. There's no helium here. I mean, there is, but... This is the only helium base. Right. Receiving helium. So we're looking for receivers, not dispatchers.
Ah, gotcha.
We couldn't see out into that before. Oh, come on, Come on. It was just marked as wreckage a minute ago. Stupid game. Okay. All right. All right, so we're not making silicon up here. We've got one receiving over at the home base. That only leaves zombies base. I mean, diesels. I see dispatchers, but not receivers. Oh, there's the helium. There's the powder. Here we are. Silicon. Dun, dun, dun. Going to silicon. Right, which is empty because these are empty. These are empty because no powder. No powder. They're not getting powder fast enough. Which is this one. Calcium powder would only be coming from one place. Actually, it can come from helium base because that one's not doing anything. It got 20. Yeah, 20. It got 20, 21. All right, so... Oy vey. Oops. Oops, stop that. Hang on, we went the wrong way. All right, calcium powder. Sheets. Blocks. Sheets. Sheets. Powder. Empty. 60 a minute. 120 a minute. 120 a minute. Is getting dispatched to two different places. Calcium powder at base B. There's only 20 going in at a time over there. How come this is not 120 a minute? Three every 3 seconds, that's 60 a minute. 3 every 3 seconds, that's 60 a minute. Both of them are going in here. Come on, 120 a minute is apparently too slow. What's the requirement? Blocks are required. They're full up. They're full up. Blocks are produced at 60 a minute. That's 120 a minute. Plus, we're making them at 240 a minute. So that's 120 a minute for the sheets and 120 a minute for the powder. That's not enough. That's not enough. $60 a minute on the ore extractor. $60 a minute on this one, but it's not going anywhere. Get up there. One, two. That's 60 a minute. Why are two of these not working? Why the hell is that output full? Output full. Something's not right. Output full. I've got 240 a minute being produced. And only one belt is sending product up. What is going on? It's on. What in the world? I'm using a hell of a lot more than 60 a minute ore. The problem is this is full. That's why they're not running. All right, so calcium block is full. $60 a minute sheets. 60 a minute sheets. That's 120 a minute sheets. $120 sheets and 120-minute blocks. That's 240 a minute. That's 240 a minute because everything is 1-to-1. Calcium ore to calcium blocks is 60 a minute. So the excavators are 60 a minute. The smelters are 60 a minute. The fabricators are 60 a minute. And I've got 4 fabricators running at 60 a minute. That's 240 a minute. I should be producing 240 a minute ore. Not full up and not going anywhere. Well, I mean, that one's not operating. That one's not operating. Okay, so that's down to 120 minute because blocks are full. But these things are using blocks at 60 a minute there, 60 a minute there. So 120 a minute blocks for those 2 machines. So I should be using 120 minute ore. $60 a minute there. Nothing. I should be losing 120 minute blocks out of here. Actually, more than that, because I've got 1, 2, 3 machines running using blocks at a 60 a minute. 60 a minute, 60 a minute. That's 180 a minute blocks on a 240 belt. Something is not right. I should be losing 180 a minute out of here.
Ruptura activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Yeah, we were 10 seconds off on that one. Yeah, I've got an output capable of 240 a minute. $240 a minute, 240 a minute, 240 a minute into the machine, 240 a minute into the machines. when all three of them are up. But see, the minimum is 120. This is empty. So that's 60 a minute. Output is empty. That's 60 a minute. That's a 120 minute minimum that should be coming across this line. Every once in a while, the sheets kick in. Every once in a while. Yeah, for the sheets, for the calcium sheets. These are full. And the output's empty. Yeah. Yeah. The furnaces say they can produce 3 every 3 seconds. That's 60 a minute.
Ruptura's eruption has started. Prepare for impact. Star rupture has started. Hide.
2 machines producing 60 a minute
Warning. Extreme temperature detected.
should be producing 120 a minute. I don't get that. The 2 machines should be producing 120 a minute. That's half the belt saturated.
Can I please watch the Super Mario movie?
No. And you're interrupt.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Oh, now they are. What the hell? Now they're producing 3 every 3 seconds. They weren't doing that a minute ago, before the rupture.
Dehydrated. Delicious.
All right, you know what? Let's do this. Oh, ad break. Wow, so much for locking to Z level. What the hell? Z, lock to Z level. Wow. That's not working either. Oh my God. Welcome back, everybody.
Ruptura status stable. Arcadia status stable.
Muted? No, I was zoned out. Sorry. Well, I can do the math on the fly. I can look at a machine, I can do the math on the fly. That's not a problem. My problem is why the machines aren't producing at the speed that they're rated for. And they are now, but before the rupture, they weren't giving me what I wanted. This is doing what it's supposed to. 50%. This is in every other one. Now we're producing 240 a minute, which means this launcher should get 120, that launcher should get 120 a minute. And according to the every other one that they're doing right now, that's exactly what they should be getting. So if we go down and take a look, so this is times 3 equals 60 seconds. (41 times 3), that's 121 a second. So it's getting 120 a minute, or 120, 41 a minute. It's getting its 120 a minute. There's 30, 35, 40. So it's getting 120 a minute. 40 times 3. 20 times 3 is 60. 40 times 3 is 120. So it's getting its 120 a minute delivery. And so should the other one. But it wasn't getting that before. It was only getting up to 7 or 8 every 20 seconds. So even at 8, that's only 24, that's only, 24 a minute. Which is way less than the 40 a minute it's now, 120 a minute it's now getting. So something was glitched out about the machines not producing their 3 every 3 seconds or 60 a minute. So that's 102 machines is 120 a minute, which means 60 a minute should have gone here and 60 a minute should have gone there, but they were only getting 21 a minute. It's working now, but I doubled the machines, so 120 plus 120 is 240. Sorry, 60 is 120. That's 240, and each machine is getting 120 a minute, so that's 240 a minute being delivered. It's working properly now. I don't know what was broke before. And now we've got 2 excavators operating, 3 excavators operating. So, you know, these 2 will be intermittent. But those 2 should kick on as soon as those other 2 should kick on as soon as the ore supply is out. And that'll mean the excavators will be keeping up at 240 a minute, 60 each, to keep up with 240 a minute over here. And then we'll just have, I mean, these guys, these sheets are intermittent anyway. They're not on demand, they're full. See, only a few of them. So eventually we'll be behind on ore because we've got a demand of 240 a minute here and 120 a minute here. These sheets should run out in this storage. And we could probably verify that just by coming over here, seeing how fast they're depleting. Well, the machines are keeping up right now because there's plenty of ore. This should be slowly depleting and not being able to keep up. It's going to be a while, but eventually it'll be down to 0. And the ore will be just passing through. So I saw an 84 in there. I saw an 84 and an 85. I saw an 83. Should be going down faster than that. It's actually maintaining right now. Yep, no worries, Hunter. Have a great rest. Have a great day at work tomorrow. Thanks for the huge support for the stream, mate. Super duper appreciate it. Have a good rest, mate. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All four of these are operating at 100% efficiency. That one's 71% average because they're not on all the time. That one's on all the time. Because that's all that needs to keep the sheets full up. So these calcium machines, that's 60 a minute. That's 4 excavators running at, should be 4 excavators running at 60 a minute. Hmm. I wonder. Requires 3, or outputs 3 every 3 seconds. Yeah. So that's 1 a second or 60 a minute. And it seems like it's getting a lot less than 1 a second. But it looks like it's getting 1 a second. Drone request priority. This machine doesn't get a drone delivery. Oh, wait a minute. Is that what we're calling these things? Drones? Are these cargo drones on rails? They're not carts. This number should be going down. It is. It's going down slowly. Okay, because there is a certain amount in these buffers. That's why the other two machines aren't shut down. I mean, are not operating. So it's going down by twos. It was at 34, then it went down to 32. Should go down to 30 here. There we go. And then it'll go down to 28. How many cycles? That's 3, that's 4, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, it didn't go down to 28 that time. Every 60 cycle. Oh, there went down 2 more for that one. Yeah, there's some calculation or math things going on incorrectly. Every 60 seconds, they should lose 2. Until they're down to 0, in which case all 4 excavators should be on producing 2 every 2 seconds. Or 60 a minute. Yeah, it's going down slow. So this will normalize after a short period of time, about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes that should normalize. Really? We should be getting plenty of synthetic silicon being received at the helium base now. Which one was it? This one over here? Nope, that was calcium sheets. The powder. Oh, the powder's got no connection. Because we need another dispatcher. There are none available. That's why. Oh no!
Warning. Increased activity of nearby monolith.
Oh, look at this.
Reloading.
Warning. Monolith activity detected.
Reloading.
Increased activity of nearby monolith.
Reloading. Changing mag.
The base is being protected.
Oh, that's a pile. This one lost a few.
Great.
All right, looks like we got all the bug guts. Sure were an awful lot that spawned up there. I reckon that's all the bug guts there was. Alright, that one's glass. That's a dispatcher. Dispatcher. Where were we needing the powder at? Still glass.
Dehydrated.
Of course you are. Because you
Nice.
always are.
Data collected. Let's send this.
Yep, that's up at Diesel Space. Should be getting a lot more though, that's for sure.
Acquired. I need to survive.
Well, he's getting more now. It's just not producing very fast. This should not be running out. This is getting 40 delivered every... Huh. Alright, it takes 10 seconds for 40 of them to get here. But the dispatcher is doing 40 in 20 seconds. Which is 120 a minute. This is saying it takes 10 seconds to unload or 10 seconds to recharge. The unload rate is still the same. What? Oh. Game save. So this takes 10 seconds, even though this hits 100%. It's 10 seconds between every stop and a new start. So it takes 10 seconds to go around, and then it's stopped for 10 seconds. Oh, shoot. That's quite weird. So it's 20 seconds in total. And 40 is delivered. That's still 120 a minute. That's still 120 a minute. That's 60 a minute, and that's 60 a minute. So they're getting exactly what they need. Will it get to 40? Probably. So they're delivering 120 a minute also. All right, this is all operating at 1-to-1. What's going on here? What is all this crisscross? Well, it's working. It's doing what it's supposed to. That's helium. Ceramics and powder. All right. The rupture coming up.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity.
Yep, where's our house? There it
Prepare
is.
for a wave.
All right, we're right in the stream anyway. All right, while we're waiting for the wave, let's get our timer reset. Let's see who's doing what. G-Man's not on. All right.
Raptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately. Warning. The planet is being incinerated.
This is probably a pretty good spot to save. I do want to collect those eggs over at Zombie's base, though.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Hey. There's eggs over here somewhere. Really? They were all the way back here? No. No, they were right up at the end here somewhere. They were like right underneath the edge of a platform. There's new floaty things over there, whatever those are. Bubble creatures of some sort. It wasn't that one. There's no eggs around it. There they are, right there. What, you can't collect them right now? I couldn't collect them before the rupture, now I can't collect them after the rupture. That's weird. Oh, maybe we have to wait for... Mr. Gamertech, you made it for the end of stream, mate. Good on ya. How are you doing today? Why didn't that work? Yeah, pretty good game, eh? Why did that redeem? I'm going to refund your redeem. I don't know why it didn't work. It said it worked, but it didn't. I didn't see it. That was weird. And we're going to snooze those. All the corporations are up to level 5 already. Awesome. Yeah, it gets a lot easier, doesn't it? Oh, thank you, autosave. Sheesh. Glad you reminded me I need to reload. Yeah, I just had a little bit of a battle going on myself. We're gonna save right here, though. They're all 10s except for one, which is an 11. I need to get some of those fired up. Need to get some fired up. I need to do this scanner. I don't have condensers or nano syringe. Moon energy? I don't have aerogel plastics. I do have electromagnets. That's 368,000. I don't have laser emitters. Don't have either one of those. Or those. So I can do selenium or clever robotics. 368,000 scanners or 368,000 electromagnets. I'll have to see which one I can produce faster. But this is only to get endurance giver. That might be a good one. Both of those might be a good one. Endurance and life giver. This one is just 50 quartz. That's not even worth it. I might just do selenium. Get those. Yeah, I reckon that's I reckon that's probably what we'll do. Let's do another save, because we got to get out of here before power hour starts. And oh, Goliaths, yeah, many times. They're hated. There's a trick to it. If you want to know the trick, there's two ways to defeat the Goliath by yourself. So the Goliaths have the two claws. Hang on, let's get to the right scene here. Here we go. So the Goliaths have those two claws that he puts in front of his face to protect himself, right? When you're shooting at him. At one point, he'll open those claws up to blast you with a sonic blast that damages you. You can fire off several rounds while he's charging up to give you that sonic blast. So he's opened up his claws for a few seconds. You can fire straight in there and connect, you know, do damage to him, and then jump to the side. You know, one side or the other, a run jump to one side or the other. And you can continually do that till you get your timing down just right. You can kill him that way. The other one is wait till he protects himself with his two claws and then run around the back and shoot him in the ass. His ass is unprotected. So if you can continually run around to get behind him, you can kill him shooting in the ass. I've done them both ways. You just got to be pretty quick about it. He does indeed. A little lead up the ass and that'll get him. Oh, as you can see, it's cloudy outside. Our weather has clouded up. Let's take a look at what we've gotten up to. We're at 73 with a feels like temperature of 75. There was definitely rain in the area. Yeah, there's quite a bit of rain in the area. So we're going to continue to get doused today, which is fine. Greener grass, nice soft plush yard. Yeah, no worries, mate. You can hang around while we do our raid. Speaking of the raid, let's see, who are we going to raid? Actually, if you streamed longer, we could raid you. Let's see who we're raiding. Check and see who's in our community and streaming at the moment. Looks like Dragon's playing some Nightingale. Toxic Pork is playing the Factorio. And that's about it, really. Bonk Gaming's playing Arc Knight's Enfield. Yeah, we could go in there. We haven't raided Bonk Knight in a while. We can go raid him. All right, then, let me give you guys some raiding tools, which look like these. Subscribers can copy the text. Otherwise, non-subscribers can copy the one with the Tomb Raider pickaxe icon and the Twitch Raid Global raid. Just highlight them and oops, highlight them and then Control C to copy. And then when we get into those the next stream, you just spam paste them in to our victim. All right, then, that's it for the Rocker Wolf and the Rocker Wolf Studios. Thanks to everybody that came by today, and Mr. Gamertech, and Mr. Hunter, and oh my gosh, everybody that came by today. It was awesome. We had Mr. GFA, Mr. Zombie, Mr. Sakatera, all the gang here. Thank you very much, everybody, for your support. I really, really appreciate it. And that takes care of our MOPAR Monday. Stay tuned for the raid. Stay tuned for our next stream tomorrow on Taco Tuesday. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and your afternoon or your evening, whichever it be. And in a few seconds, we will, well, after we start it up, in a few seconds, we will raid into Mr. Bonk Gaming and see what kind of damage he's doing. Thanks, everybody. Hang in there for the raid. We'll see you next time.